Alright, good morning everyone. Sorry I've been getting on about an hour later than usual, but it's probably going to keep happening for the rest of this week. Not going to lie. Yeah, I'm exhausted. And I feel like I'm getting sick, so I'm trying to give myself some time to actually rest. So far, just we bounced settlement yesterday on NQ. That was our low to like the tick. And we're now trying to build back over our 480, 490. See if we can develop back above. If we can, I'm thinking 510's probably target. And then over that, we can look for uh, 550, 560. Sorry. Just giving this a second. Just watch this full rotation. I'm assuming that we're going to have to do a higher low here. Just trading up into POC here. And then we'll look for 480, 490 to go supportive, and then one final rotation up into like 50s would be my guess. We'll see. Should I retest? Magnesium? Question mark? What? Oh yeah, yeah. I took 400 milligrams 2 hours before I went to bed last night and did nothing because instead of it being 2 hours before I went to bed, I then stayed up for 5 hours and went to bed at 6 a.m. So uh, don't think it's helping. Really watching our reaction into 530, seeing if it gets absorbed here or if we can do the rotation. I really like that 550 target. Over 50s, we just rotate back up into 90 to 600, but Um, thinking that we'll find supply here. So we push into it, just like 40 to 50 area. Yeah, it's really bad, man. No exaggeration, just bad. Well, I mean, I already know I have insomnia, so I don't really understand the point of a sleep study. Like they're gonna just tell me the same thing. That's all they do. It's not my breathing. My breathing's fine. Everything else is fine. So I don't snore. I don't do anything. And my efficiency once I'm asleep is like incredibly high. It's like 98 to like 99% from my tracking. Like I'm not waking up in my sleep at all once I'm actually out. But I basically need my body to be completely and totally exhausted before it can happen. Yeah, no, it's just my brain. It's just my brain. Too active at night. Just basically wear myself out to a point of complete and total exhaustion, and then I can fall asleep. But it's been really bad since the start of the month.
Immigration detention maxed out at 47,600 detainees.
This is
according to a
target
senior ICE official.
550. We'll see if we can bid above. There's a new buyer who's attempting above this 50. It's really good to see, but our reversion target is basically here into that 590, 600. So I'm a bit worried that we'll start seeing sell side step back in with a buyer kind of off sides up here. It's a little early to tell, but I think there's a lot of potential that if we don't see this bid really try to take control here with the higher low, that we might need to rotate back. We can see that POC is attempting to shift here. Let's see what happens. This is previous day value high into our 560. I don't sleep well with other people. I had an ex-girlfriend who used to she started to become a professional of this service after we broke up. It's really weird.
Calls the latest inflation numbers very good news.
She like got really into like this cuddling thing for a while, and it was awkward. Yeah, she did that for a bit, and I was really confused. Yeah, what's up, Nick? That's just a reversion trade. We bounced settlement low, and then just start trading back up to our VWAP here. Yeah, I don't know what she's doing now, but that was something she did. Yeah. Yes, it was. It sure is a choice, true. This is a reversion trade here. This is basically full target. The push up would put us into our 590, but this 570 has a lot of potential of being our high. Just watching anywhere up here to see if we see a sell side absorption or if we can rotate and push over this. Decent offer sitting at 70. Pushing into our 90 target. This is our full rotation. And then we have this big old supply above, so not really looking for much more unless we see something crazy. I don't really see anything of value until down at 540, but yeah. If we're gonna bounce, the most bullish response would be here into 70s, and then we look over 90s and hold. If 90 continues to hold offer and we break 70s, then rotation down to 540 is what I'm targeting from our 90 hold. I think this 30 to 40, just where the node is. Says PVZ on ES, our value low, and of course our 90 is our value low as well from PVZ. Oh, just full rotations back to our value from our reversion zones. Reversion zones being this, and on NQ this. Do I think we're going into a recession? I think that we're being forced into one. Cannot believe that people are paying $33 for Twitter. It blows my mind. Yeah. They keep trying to get me to subscribe to premium. Premium Plus is $32.92 right now. Almost $400 a year. That's insane. And that's for annual. If you go monthly, it's $40 a month. Uh, I don't know how valid those levels are on this push through. We're gonna have to see. This is supply here, Grotto, into 590 to 610. That's really all I'm looking at for right now. If we can get over this, then we can do the upper rotations, but I don't have a lot of faith that we're gonna be able to push through. If we do, 660 is definitely target. If we can get over 610. So like that 660, 670 is a good target. I am still thinking that 590 holds and that we rotate down to 540. Elon Musk has gone insane too. Well, he's just I don't know. I think he's just been on the internet a bit too much. It feels like he's just like taken the Twitter trolls a little too seriously and has like by accident kind of like started to believe it, you know? Like you go on 4chan when you're a kid for the memes and then all of a sudden you're like kind of getting indoctrinated, you know? It's the same thing with like Twitter.
According to state media, Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei says negotiations with the current US government will not lead to lifting of Iranian sanctions.
But I totally agree with you that he's ruining his businesses by doing this. I listened to this crazy interview yesterday where he was like speechless when he asked like what how he's managing his other companies, and he basically his answer was I'm not,
So
which was like what
at a meeting with the Ireland PM.
like your investors are going to pull out, bro. It was literally called the Elon trade because people believed in you and were buying the product because they believed in you and your effort that you're putting in. But if you're like no longer interested in these companies and your full focus is on government reform, like you are not paying attention. That's an issue. Way too much of the Tesla price was pricing in Elon as CEO and pushing the company forward, right? So if you're not like fully invested in that, it is a problem. Here, I'm posting the clip in chat.
Conan says meeting with Trump tomorrow about renewing tax cuts.
But just like look at his face when he gets asked that. Now think of yourself as like a primary investor in Tesla after hearing how he's talking about this company.
That's Senator Cornyn speaking there.
Call to action. You're hearing a call to action.
Yeah.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
With great difficulty. Yeah, I mean.
But there's no turning back, you're saying?
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient, eliminate waste and fraud, and so far we're making good progress, actually.
Yeah, the pause. And then the complete avoidance after, how are you running other businesses? He literally is not. Mm-hmm. 640 is next target here if we can hold
Trump says EU has
590.
been very tough.
We're just into our top of edge here, 610s offer holding so far. Russell rejecting yesterday's 30-second opening range in our ETH low. Just watching to see where we can find this bottom here on RTY. If it can find the low into our rebid reversal line and a VWAP, then we're in an okay spot for a continuation. If we can do something like this, at least to our VWAP target. If this move can happen, that would give us our rotation into 540. Right? But if Russell fails here and doesn't find a bid, while NQ is bidding off of 590 area, that is when things are going to start to show a lot more weakness, and we'll have to rotate back down to our value edge, previous day value low, and our current value low, right? So it's super important that RTY finds a low in the mid, and we don't have to do this full rotation back down into our low here. So again, just really keeping my eye on this area. It's super important that we find this higher low on RTY for continuation, or things are going to get a bit rough for the short term.
Trump says we are going to do reciprocal tariffs. So it's just Trump reiterating that we will do reciprocal tariffs. So just a reminder earlier on, Trump saying very happy oil is down. Just earlier on in the European session, according to an official, the EU is going to target GOP-led states with retaliatory tariffs, and EU tariff retaliation is to include House Speaker Johnson's state. Pemex CEO says Mexico reliance on US gas is a national security problem.
Is Tom here? I don't know if he's here. If you tag him on Discord, he'll answer. I saw that they turned it into a super solid, but I have no clue what that actually means. Yeah, like I read the TLDR and I was it didn't help. RTY leading down, kind of a big issue here for our rotation. Watching to see if 590 can bid, or I look for this rotation through with Russell follow.
Trump says it is up to Russia now.
Our last line of defense here is going to be this 60 to 70. And then we're going to have to look for a lower high and reoffer into 90. So super important that RTY finds this low
Trump
relatively
says we have
soon.
people going to Russia right now.
Again, this flip is not great.
And hopefully we can get a ceasefire.
Sell side sitting at 600, 610. Looking for a bid here into 570. And then we'll look for a reoffer into 600, 610. See if we make a lower high.
Trump says that we have gotten some positive messages on ceasefire.
As we push into our 600 here, should be your first take profit if you are playing off of 570. Again, need to get over 610 for anything to confirm, or this is just going to be our lower high. So we're watching to see how we interact here. Is this going to stay offer and then rotate us down? Or can we bid above, see a secondary buyer step in, and then continue this rotation up? Super important. Testing in now. I would love to see secondary buyers step in. If we can hold here, should be able to rotate up into like 50s, would be my guess. 40, 50. 30 seconds until new 15s. As we push into 40s, I am out half here. And now looking for a rebid of our 610 to confirm this. 600, 610 would be ideal for a bid. Just POC of previous candle on the open of new 15s. See if we get any continuation here.
Trump says weapons today are so powerful and working so hard to get this finished. So again, working so hard to get this thing finished.
This is about as low as I'd want to see us go if we were going to continue to find a bid here. We're really not interested in anything under 90. It's just too far of a retrace. Yeah, I'm stopped there. We'll look to re-enter if we can. We need to really pay attention for a lower high now. With how far we retraced. Like the 90 bid is okay, but it's a very weak bid. Need to see clear willingness to trade above the 610, 620, or that'll be where our offer is sitting. I kind of screwed myself trying to average up. I had a really solid original entry down at 75, 76, but
Trump says
my
the
average
EU
moving up
set
to
up in order
90
to
is
take
just not
advantage of
great.
The US. So repeating the rhetoric he has said in the past before.
The bid was good here. It made sense to try to average into 610s. But then we saw weakness. It's fine.
Trump says plan to lower taxes if Democrats behave.
What? Literally wicked low. Feels bad.
Trump says I have the right to adjust tariffs.
Watching our interaction into 60. I'd be interested in looking for a long again if we could start to do something like this, where we offer into the 60-70 and then hold 40s and then look into 90. I'd be fine with a move like
And
that.
there will be very little flexibility to Trump on tariffs. There will be very little flexibility.
We need to see interest above here. Sucks that I got stopped out there with that wick low, but it's fine. So as we push into the 60, just watching to see sell side pressure. Russell back up into our highs as well. So as soon as that loses momentum, the should be your first risk off. If RTY doesn't lose momentum and we see a very clear look above and bid, then we're good to go without any need to
According
pull
the
back to
National Bank,
40s.
US Social Security weighs big cuts to phone service. Just more detail in regards to Trump's comment, Trump on tariffs, saying flexibility on tariffs, but will be very little flexibility once we start.
So this is what I'm watching for. And again, if RTY doesn't get this pullback, then it doesn't matter. We don't need it on NQ. So super important that we start to build above 60s. So if 60 bid can hold, then there's no need for pullback. If we do start to show weakness below 60s though, then we need to look for rotations lower. And there's your sell into 60s. Yikes. With Russell into our high. I'm not in this, but looking for a pullback. That may have been it. It's a little too quick for me. Watching our bid at 40s.
Trump says that I will respond to EU counter tariffs.
Oh, yeah, I've missed the last two rotations. We knew it was going to happen, and I missed them. Feels bad. Feel like kids right now. I do not have monetary goals, Nick. But usually I feel pretty comfortable if I've made like I don't know, 2K a day. But I really don't have a monetary goal. I feel like when I focus in on monetary goals and I get too involved in that, my trading becomes really poor. Because then I'm trying to hit a specific number. So I'm taking trades to hit a number, right? If I can just like trade rotation after rotation and just compound it, I do much better personally. So it's just a mentality thing, but I do not have like a specific number in mind. If trading feels good, I continue to trade. If trading feels bad, then I dip out. If I don't see setups, then it's not worth my time to sit here. I find that if on the days where I'm just not really seeing much, but then I'm like trying to meet a certain goal, then I'm just forcing trades for no reason. Setups there, it's there. But each person's different. I think a really good goal if you're
policy would stop Highland from taking business.
a really good goal if you're trading like a 50K account. It's like 200, 300 a day.
Trump says tax policy to stop other nations from taking business.
What's up, Grotto? This is a super important test, by the way, guys. This is our look above from our dip below. So really keeping an eye on how we build here. If we can start to build above this 80, then rotations into first target's 730, but I think we can probably breach that to like 780. If we can start to build up here. We just need to see Russell willing to continue above. My issue always is going to be how we interact into RTY VWAP. This is always my big test of what the hell is going to happen in the market when we're below it. Because we usually lose most momentum as we push in, and this is why I usually am a big profit taker until we show it as supportive. I just don't like that loss of momentum in market pressure. It gets really rough. But if we can build 660, 680, that's a very good sign that we want to continue up for at least the short term for another like 100 points.
Trump says there is still a massive deficit and we're going to even that out.
What did he just say? I missed that.
Trump says we can pressure Russia, but I hope it won't be necessary.
There's still a massive deficit. We are going to even that out. Oh, okay, that's
So
what he
just,
said.
Trump on Ukraine, Russia saying we can pressure, but hope it's not going to be necessary. Trump says I can do financial deals that are bad for Russia.
Huge. I swear I just clicked this. Nice job, Grotto. Yeah, I'm a little slow on my today. Brain is lagging. Missed the last 2 rotations that I've talked about. Just bad entry, like just unwillingness to click the button. It's hard to mentally get back into it after you get stopped out.
Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei, in response to US military threats, says Iran can retaliate and will definitely do so.
Brain lag. Feels bad. In hindsight, I mean, it looks terrible, but like, right? Like, this getting stopped at 90, understanding that we need to hold 90s feels bad. It's bad stop because of my average up. It is what it is. At least we took profit into the first high.
Just a reminder, at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, ECB's Paneto to speak.
Good bid at 60s. Frying above our 80s now. My Dom is going crazy today. I keep having to scroll like halfway across the like 300 points away. It won't auto center or like track whatsoever. I hate it when it does this. Only trade of 8, man. When are we going to be able to get like a auto focusing when it goes off? If they added that, this platform would be goated. Why does Top Step X have an auto centering DOM before a main brokerage? Or main platform? Better terminology. All right. Again, I'm liking this bid. We held where we needed to into our 60s. Now attempting to try to build above 80s. We'll see if that can continue to hold and maintain. If we can, should be looking for rotations up into like 730, 740. So just really keeping
Trump
an eye
says
up
no one
here.
is expelling anyone from Gaza.
Super important that we're able to see a bid develop out this node up here. We held our value low of our previous 15-minute candle, found that bid stepping in. Now we're just watching to see how we are able to kind of accumulate here. Can it build above these previous highs? Is the bid now willing to trade here, right? With our POC shift at 79s. If so, value high feels very likely. Just keeping an eye on Russell for that lost momentum again for the short-term signal showing us that weakness, but bid looks fine. Stepping up. I hate that we're doing this move while Trump is talking with no live feed. It's always the worst. Man can yap and say something else, and then it's like, just it goes against you. Very annoying.
Trump says there is a lot of downside for Russia too. And just Trump reiterating that I hope Russia is going to have a ceasefire. It's 5 minutes away until we're expected to hear comments from ECB's Panetta. So with ECB's Panetta speaking in Rome at the Lewis University conference.
Just watching Russell rejected our 2970 PVZ and just pushing back to our ETH low and current POC at 24s. No change here. 60 to 80 still holding on NQ. Just watching to see if we can build up here. We have 3.5 minutes until new 15s. Failures with 60 going offer is probably going to be a rotation down to that 590, 610 area again. So we want to see a bid step in here relatively quickly into this low with Russell into our POC. Failure here again is just going to result in a reoffer and then rotation through. But as long as we're building here, I'm not too concerned.
BlackRock's Fink said markets had reversal in psychology in recent weeks.
Immediate bid off of 600, 660, sorry. Rotation up. Feels good. Now we just need to see a break of the highs. We don't want to see Russell hold VWAP as resistance on this test. Again, this is just our hold of our main pivot here, the 60 to 80, and RTY finding bid at POC.
And fear markets in short term.
Makes for a good first risk off. Offer really sitting at 700s here.
Trump says EU has gone after companies like Apple. And I'm not happy with the EU.
Not happy. I'm out my first contracts here. See if we can get the pop.
Trump on the EU says we'll win that financial battle. And Trump adding that the EU doesn't take US farm products or cars. And Trump says absolutely will put tariff on cars.
Can he just shut up? Like, can we just break out, please? You know what I'm saying? $15 till new 15s. Sorry, English. 700 profit taking was good. Now just waiting to see if this flips or if we're going to be able to continue to maintain here. Build this out. New 15 opening now.
And Canada is one of the worst on dairy tariffs. So Canada is absolutely one of the worst on tariffs, just citing dairy there. Trump says, I have great respect for China's Xi.
Out another 5 contracts here. Watching to see if we can build, push higher. No shift in levels. 660, 680 still holding. Just watching our Russell push into our highs here again. Yeah, the volatility has been great for day trading. You're willing to be patient. I can't imagine trying to hold options overnight, though. That just seems like such a stupid and stressful thing to do. I don't know. Couldn't be me.
Trump says NATO can be a force for the good. So Trump ended remarks to reporters at his meeting with Islands PM.
Wrong tool. Exiting another 5 peers, we push into a target here of 730. This is our value edge on NQ. Target above is 57s into PVZ value high. Watching Russell for break. If you are trading
S&P
with me
500 moves higher, last up about 0.88%.
off of our 60 to 80, this has been a great rotation. Just patience is key. Nothing has invalidated. We watch to see how we interact into the supply. If we can start to build above this 530, this 730 and take it out, right? The supply here into our high. We look for a hold of our value edge, a push above this, and for this to flip to supportive. Then we should be able to rotate up into our higher targets. Feeling pretty good about our take profit. Just keeping an eye on our rotation through. We're watching to see if we can find a bid here into like 690, 700. Watching Russell for a higher low as well. Let me fix our ES levels. This is about as far as we'd want it to fall. This is Russell into VWAP, and our value low from our previous period. Again, just 60s, just keeping an eye on it. We hit our value high. Now just watching our interaction here again. It's pretty annoying that we had to do the full push down, but it is what it is. If this flips, we'll look to go for a re-entry on the flip side. I'm flat below 60s here, just waiting. I'd like to see a recovery of 80s, and then we can play off of that again. If it's going to hold this low. I don't have much information down here, other than like 60 points lower. So I would like to really see if we're going to start offering 60s and this flips. This is the first area I look for a bid of relief. If we don't see a buyer at 610, a rotation to 580 feels pretty likely. If 610 can hold, we're just looking for a reoffer into 660 for a continuation down. It's either going to recover this edge, right, and then come back up, and then we either reclaim, or this is going to hold as resistance as we push into this. And then we'll look for one more leg down with 610 going offer, and then a rotation, final rotation. So I'm just going to keep an eye on this. Again, there's not a ton of information here on NQ, but it should be like the one level that is worth mentioning, right, is that 660. So I'd like to see how we interact back up into it. But if sell side's like incredibly serious here, and this little bid that we're getting is unable to even reach that, we'll look for just a break at that 610 for a continuation down. $40 seconds until new 15s. A rotation into 580, 590 just feels so inevitable here, but I am not comfortable trying to go for an entry until we either push above and trap, or I just look for the bid below. I just am not uncomfortable shorting here.
Fed bids for 10-year notes total $661 million.
Yeah, I mean, I see the same target. It feels stupid entering here without the push into 50-60. Testing our 10s here again. Sheer rotation up from our 10s. Exactly what we were thinking. Why I didn't want to short there. Made no sense. Now it's just about figuring out if we can offer into this and see if sell side shifts value, or if we'll rotate back up over 680. You want to see a pretty strong seller sitting into this, and then we want to be able to rotate below 10s for that next leg down. So just keep an eye on this. If you did buy 610, this is a great risk off as we rotate back up into our pivot. We want to see a recovery of our pivot if we're going long, or this is just going to be where sell side sitting for a reoffer. So really keep an eye on this, respect our 60s, and we watch to see what happens. All right, here's our test. This is our POC shift into 80. Can we bid above and hold, or does offer stick here, and then we look for shorts below 60s? Looking for a bid to try to show its hand aggressively, punishing these guys who got trapped. You can see them trying to step in on footprint as well. Keeping an eye on this area for any sort of absorption from buyers. From sellers absorbing buyers. We want to see strong bids try to step in to defend this 80. Rotate us back up. Russell retesting highs.
So in about 10 minutes' time, we're expecting the 10-year note auction with a prior bid cover of 2.48 and prior high yield of 4.632%. So with the US looking to sell $39 billion of the 10-year note at the reopening. So in regards to expectations then, so treasuries remain slightly cheaper across maturities after raising gains spurred by benign CPI data, creating a concession for the $39 billion 10-year note reopening. And the sale follows soft demand for Tuesday's 3-year note auction, which tailed by zero 0.6 base points despite robust award to direct bidders. So this week's supply concludes with $22 billion and 30-year bond reopening on Thursday. JP Morgan strategist in a late Tuesday note said additional concession probably was needed for a good result based on lower yields and mixed valuations and poor technicals. Looking at the latest CFTC positioning data, shows speculators were net short 74.2k ultra 10-year note futures and 712k 10-year note futures, possible sources of current demand for the auction.
We're just watching for a higher low here, guys, on RTY. Rejected our high into our value edge, lost momentum. Makes sense that we're getting this pullback. Now just watching to see if we can find bid here again on the recovery of our balance low. Watching VWAP again, just like our last attempt, seeing if there's any willingness to hold our halfway back and VWAP area for continuation up. If so, then we get another leg up, probably break highs on NQ. If this fails and Russell wants to rotate again, then we're going to have to start treating this as an oscillation with 24s being our low and our 32s being our high. So really important that we find this bid here again in 60 to 80 if we're going to continue higher. Watching for RTY low. Offer sitting at 80. So far, our bid is doing a decent job absorbing into 660. Russell found our higher low into our view up, just like we talked about. 60 is holding on bid, watching to see if we can get the step above. It's really hard to give any definitive levels above this because we know that there's someone who's willing to take in size at 700s on the sell side, and we know that there's someone to take in size at 730.
Auction data for the US 10-year note. Forecast, prior for the bid to cover was 2.48, prior for the year high yield 4.632%.
It's basically just like turning this entire node into an absorption area. So like as we approach it, right, we understand that there's someone taking in size. We need to see a very clear lift above 730 for anything else. Or you just have to treat this as where sell side is just willing to kind of sit, which sucks. But if you're playing off of our 60 edge, right, it's still decent points. 40 points into 700s is not bad. But we got to show interest above this. This is our oscillation for right now. Just watch for our Russell to come back down into our low of our oscillation. We look for relief on NQ as this comes back
1
down
minute
and
to
rotates
get
back up.
P1 issued for the 10-year.
Seems more than willing to just kind of hold this range right now. Just base off our relief buys on NQ off of that. Watching RTY into our low again.
Ten seconds. Treasury bond issued 10-year yield 4.315% for the $39 billion auction.
Wait for that bid to step in on RTY before you try to take anything. If you're trading off of this 610, 40s is your first take profit with Russell coming into this low. No confirmation yet of upside.
bid to cover 2.59 with a high yield of 4.31%, 4.31%. And the US selling $39 billion of 10-year notes and awarding 95.26% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 13.08% of 10-year notes, and directs 19.51%, and indirects 67.41%. So US 10-year note draws 4.310% versus 4.315% pre-sale when issued yield. US 10-year Treasury yield slightly declined after auction, last at about 4.307%.
Back to our 40 offer. As far as I can see, no real shift anywhere. 610 still holding bid, 640 offer. Russell still holding our low of our oscillation, just rejecting our mid. Looking to see if we can push back over 60s for a rotation up on NQ. And same thing on RTY, just holding VWAP as resistance. If we start to break our range low on Russell, then we can start to get a bit more concerned about this upper auction. Again, bid needs to step back over 60s, or this 40 to 60 is just going to continue to remain our take profit until we can see that that step. If we can't get over the 60 in bid and Russell comes up into the high of our oscillation here and we start to see weakness, this is probably it for the move. Need to see bids really attempt here and this look over. Seconds till new 15s. Again, Russell top of range here. And NQ now trying to hold 60s. Good first attempt. Got to get over our 80 though. Like 80 to 87 above is where offer's sitting.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation. US 10-year Treasury yield slightly decline after auction.
If we start to fail and look back below 40s and then offer, I expect us to take out the low.
Just ignore the
Watching
highs.
Russell for another full oscillation off of our highs.
Repeat from one of the major buys.
So need to see a pretty significant bid maintain here in this 40 to 60, or again, downside is pretty likely off of a failure at our bid. Just keep an eye on Russell into our highs. Again, best longing opportunity is into these lows, best shorting opportunity is in these highs. We've seen that over and over again. We need to see if that's going to shift at all.
$31.055 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
But are you gonna know if you're right or wrong in a year? Like what? How is that a question? Or are you supposed to pick which one people think is the answer? I don't really get it. Yeah, okay, popularity. Anything but Ethereum. Doge is dead. It has hype cycles. It's definitely not the high, that's for sure. It's lost most of its like meme status in the actual crypto space. Just retail cares about it. Fartcoin, maybe it has another pop, but I don't know. It kind of got rugged recently. I don't know. It's probably, I don't know the other memes. I don't know Hype. I don't know Dream. Or Bara. No clue what those are. Solana is all your memes. Bitcoin is Bitcoin. I'd guess it's either one of those. All of the crypto maxis think that this is the start of like our next super cycle, so either of those answers are probably fine. Good hold of our 40, no reoffer below. Russell holding VWAP. Just watching to see how we interact into 32 on RTY. Yeah, well, I mean, you knew what you were signing up for. Let's be honest. This is your next target. Unless we get some sort of pop off the top with Russell breaching, we're looking for a loss of momentum here. So please be careful. Back into our absorption, up into 700s. It says Russell into our value edge at 32. Yes, into our value edge as well. Just watching to see if we get any sort of acceleration or if all momentum ceases here. I'm unsure. Just going off of our previous levels of where we were seeing sell side pressure. We really want to see Russell breach this and show interest above. I think any failure into this is just going to be looking for our full rotation down like so, right? We want to see the ability to bid and hold above for continuation higher. Any re-entry back below value off of a failure into our outside of value area, right? And then a re-entry and then push down is going to result in probably this full rotation. So we're just going to keep an eye on this area, see if we can hold our POC to value high. If so, we can keep going up. If this fails on this look above, then we have our next downside leg in play. Upside, if our value edge to POC can hold as supportive, we're looking up into our previous day value high. Up into here. Testing into our absorption now into 700s on NQ.
Dow turns positive, last up 0.14%.
$40 to new 15s. So far, able to hold over our RTY value high edge. Absorption still taking place into 700s on NQ, no change. ES into our previous low and day, our 30-second opening range low. Watching to see how we interact here. Almost to RTY target into our PVZ value high and previous day value high. We have a buyer who's been attempting at 80 to 90. I'd be curious to see if that holds on any sort of retest into our new 15s that happen in 10 seconds. Just keeping an eye on that. Watching this liquidity here at 80 to 90. Russell, first signs of weakness from our target. First stacked sell signal here. So we pushed into previous day value high. Watching for a loss of momentum or a flip of this 80-90 to go offer. As long as bid's maintaining here, I'm not too concerned. But if it does rotate, then we'll be looking for a rotation back down to 60s. I have 3 M&Q left from 618 average. Just looking to see if I can hold this for as long as possible. I'm deleting the R pathing on Russell now that it's fully played. Just watching for higher lows now. Just watching 80 to 90 on reoffer for rotations down. Russell's still holding our 34.6, so I'm not too concerned, but if we see a strong sell side presence here into 80 to 90 on reoffer, then we'll get that leg down. No changes in our NQ levels. Sell side absorption still happening where it was happening before. The only shift is that RTY is just trying to flag it out up here, which is big, but we do need to see that breach of these lower highs. Again, we're holding where we need to with this very clear shift on our break of structure. But if this starts to dip below, then we'll start to do our downside pathing. So just watching these lower highs being put in from our target area. 80 to 90 holding offer so far in NQ. 50 seconds until new 15s. 80 to 90 offer still holding. First risk off here into 60s. 40 seconds left until new 15s. If we start to show interest below 60s, then we can look for a larger rotation, but this is your reversion to our lower edge.
So according to sources, the Trump administration plans to reverse a Biden-era soot emissions limit on US coal plants, according to sources.
Again, not looking for a major breakdown until we see Russell break our lows. So far, no willingness to do so. Just chopping in this range up here. We're using RTY as kind of our indicator of weakness and strength. We know that
And
there's
JP
absorption
Morgan
into
CEO
700
Diamond
to
says,
730.
I'm seeing some weakening in the economy and negative sentiment.
Wow, what a statement. If we
Adding that
push back
tariffs
over
are causing
700s, we
uncertainty.
should go up off of our hold here. Just keeping an eye though on Russell. Again, just oscillating into our lows and into our high of our previous day value. So we need to either see like a very clear break and shift out of this range, reauction,
Commentary
and
out
then
of
pop
Brazil
down,
now, they say
or
that they
pop
are
and shift
considering all
above.
possible measures in reaction to US tariffs.
Any look above 700 should be bullish. We're seeing our offer attempting to step down here. As long as this 80 to 90 is holding, it's still a solid resistance level, but our hold of our 60s is a good early first sign of our range hold range still maintaining. What we'd be looking for is basically a failure to get back over 700s here, and then rotations back down, and then that would lead to more downside on a rejection below 40s. If we do pop above 700s, we probably put in a new high. That'd be my guess. So, yep, no change in our ranges, just slow.
JP Morgan CEO Diamond adds that the European economy is harmed by overregulation.
Same as before, same rotation. 80-90 holding offer, pushing into our low, first take profit. If we start to show interest below 40s, then we can get more down.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US federal budget balance.
RTY, bottom of our little balance here.
8 billion on the prior minus 129 billion. JP Morgan CEO Diamond says Germany's spending plan is bold.
Bold. Need to see RTY breach this low.
According to French Defense Minister Lecornu, at the Paris Defense Minister meeting, says for now, some 15 countries are interested in discussing new security architecture for Ukraine. And French Defense Minister adds that ministers are to meet in Paris in the next 2 weeks.
As we push down into 610, this should be your next target if you're playing off of our 40 offer and our Russell breach of range. Look to see if bid will be here positioned again into 610. Again, should be taking off a decent amount of your size with this rotation. And then we'll look to see if we can get below and hold, or if bid will continue to maintain here, just like it has been. There's your test into 610. See if we can flip it, or if bid will still maintain here. This is Russell into our value edge, so makes sense to see a little bit of willingness to trade here into this 590, 600 on NQ while RTY tries to find a low. If this flips, we'll just be following our pathing that we've already drawn out for Russell downside. All right, we got our reoffer at our 34.6, rotation down. This is your first risk off. We look to see if bid maintains here and can get back over value, or if we get the shift below.
So in 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US federal budget balance for February. Forecast is a deficit of 308 billion on the prior deficit of 129 billion.
As long as RTY is weakness, market will have weakness. Using that as a reference is your best friend. Been able to track the entire upside and downside leg on NQ with this. Hopefully you caught at least one of those re-entries, either the bid and hold off of our 80 to 90 or the reoffer of our 40s. Don't expect a ton more here unless we see something insane happen on Russell. I expect a bit of relief as we rotate down into this. And then we'll look for a reoffer from sellers as we retest our value edge. From there, we can then get another downside leg, but expect a little bit of a bounce here as we approach, unless something drastic happens in the market. Probably play this down to 50s on NQ, just into our value edge, full rotation. Watching VWAP for that bounce that we just talked about on RTY. Nice job, Surf. I think this is a great TP here into 50. We'll see if we can get a re-entry, but this is your value edge on NQ and our VWAP on RTY. I am personally flat, just waiting for a look above and then a clear shift of our offer and then rotation down. If you have the ability to hold runners, I don't think it's a bad thing if you're in for much higher. But again, this is just like an area where I expect a bit of reversion back up first before we retest. It doesn't need to happen, but it would be really healthy for the market to pull back or to rotate back up into our like 80 to 95 reoffer, and then we look for basically buyers to get trapped here, and then we can rotate down from that. That's what I'm expecting, something like this. We'll see what actually happens. Your most bearish rotation is not having to come into this liquidity void and just holding our 70 edge. 70 edge offer is super bearish. This is your full oscillation back down to our lows on Russell. So this is why I'm kind of hoping that we get this pop with RTY coming back down into this low where we've been seeing all of our oscillations hold. Once that happens, I'd love to see kind of some absorption into here and then our next leg down from there. So respect Russell as it's been our indicator for all moves. As long as RTY doesn't have momentum, you can stay in your runners, right? Your trade. If RTY finds a low here into our zone, expect at least a rotation back up to VWAP on RTY, and then we'll look for more downside. I'm going to delete our downside pathing now that this is fully played without any interaction here. It's just doing the full oscillation. And now we look to see if we get some relief
Total
here.
budget balance minus 307 billion, minus 307 billion. That's
Something
lower
like
than
this.
the forecast, excuse me, higher than the forecast of minus 308 billion.
Again, expecting a pretty decent bid, just like we talked about, into our Russell low. And ideally a look at least into 70s on NQ. I'd be a bit happier if it traded into 80, 90, personally, but respect RTY low.
So US budget gap hits record $1.1 trillion for the first 5 months of the fiscal year. Also, US logs budget deficit of 307 billion dollars
What?
according to the Treasury.
Which one? It's the new super currency. So here's your VWAP retest on RTY. We'll see if we get any loss of momentum from our low, right? Now it's just about seeing where that weakness is going to step in. It might need to do the full oscillation, but we're pushing into our reoffer target here on NQ as well. So super important area to see if we're going to stuff stuff buyers up into our halfway back off of our 15-minute candle, and then look for a push back below value. That secondary move back below our previous day value high and our current value low will be key for that continuation down. Watching for Russell into our high of oscillation here. Unless we recover like 610s and bid off of it, I'm pretty bearish. If we do recover our 610 and flip bid, then we can rotate this back up. But I'm basically just looking for sell side to start stepping in, and then we'll look for a reoffer and a continuation down. But as long as Russell has momentum, market has momentum. It's a super easy signal to play around. Just play our oscillation into our high. Look to see if that offer steps back in. And again, if we flip back over 610s, then we can go up. But as long as that's holding, it's just a look back into our 15-minute VWAP as resistance, and then we'll look for sell side to push this back down again. And if we do just a retrace off of this, we can see that that's just our halfway back into 610 off of this large sell side move down, right? So nothing bullish yet about this. If we can start to look above, right, then we lose a little bit of steam on the sellers. But until then, just an oscillation. Watching our RTY into our high. If we hold a higher low here and bid VWAP, that's your first signs that there's potentially upside, right? If we hold this. But if we step back below, just expect that this is just a lower high and then a continuation down. Took off my first bit of risk here. Just watching to see Russell's retest. Now that we've gotten this upside move and our high oscillation, now looking to see a reoffer of our yellow zone as resistance if we're going to continue down. If that can happen, then this will be our lower high, and then we'll look for a dip below for that continuation from our high. Look for something like this, and then see if we can breach for continuation down. Just the 60 to 70 here on NQ, kind of middle of range. Just looking to see if it'll hold or not.
Administration is focused on driving down costs.
With the higher time frame context, does this make sense of why we were looking for that that bid and then rotation back here, and then continuation down? Right, just like the first thing we ever learned was our halfway back trade on the higher time frame. Understanding that this is just like a reversion back to our VWAP to see if this is going to now be resistance, and understanding our Russell oscillation, looking for that weakness, and then that continuation of loss of momentum for the trade continuation, giving you your next entry. Just context trade. This is our value low retest on NQ. I'm out 5 more here. Only 5 left. 95 average. Watching RTY into our low again.
And White House Press Secretary Leavitt says, unsure if Trump extended expired Russian oil waiver. Nice job, Kolsky. That'll be refunded soon enough. Just keep doing what you're doing. Know what I'm saying? Just be proud of that regardless. Good trades are good trades. I don't care if you're on Sim. I don't care if you're on an eval. I don't care if you're on funded or a real account, right? Like, good trades are good trades. Just keep doing what you're doing. You'll make money. Bronchitis.
I don't know who's sick more, me or you. I feel like you got me tied. Always. Full oscillation again on Russell. No breakdown equals no continuation, right? Watching our RTY high. Without that look below our 22 to 24 on RTY, there's just no downside potential. It's just, it is what it is, you know? Understanding these oscillations and where weakness will occur is so key to your success for scalping, right? Like we know that if RTY is holding this topping pattern, right, and just this upper oscillation, that we shouldn't be looking for breakdown. But as soon as we start to see that weakness, that's when we get our large leg down on NQ, right? And just the same thing as before. This is our previous auction on Russell. As long as it's holding here, we don't look for more. Don't expect more. It just doesn't make sense. But if we ever do get the breakdown, that'll be our next leg, right? Until then, you're just in your oscillations here. Don't overthink it. If market has momentum, the market stays, right? Like if we lose momentum across the board, we go down. Later, Kowalski. Great day, man. I'm just gonna rotate this over because nothing about this idea has shifted. We're flirting with that 610 level, watching to see if we can flip. Russell testing our value edge and our halfway back. Yes, at our halfway back as well. Watching to see what we do up here. Top of our range, NQ. Oh my god, my playlist just ended. Gotta find new music. Unlucky. RTY still pushing, watching our retest into our offer. If we can get back into our previous oscillation balance, that would be huge for upside potential. Until then, you should be looking to see if sell side sitting here. This was where we saw our large projection down. So expect your offer to be sitting here. It's always weird when we're at the exact same price point on ES and NQ on the 3 digits. It's like 610 and 610 both on ES and NQ. Looks good on Russell. Still waiting on NQ. Good bid on ES VWAP and POC on retest. Good bid on our PVZ value edge on Russell. Just looking to see if we can get over. NQ still just really trapped here. Took off my first risk from 610 into 30s here. I think we can get 50. Looking at like 618 on ES for this move. 615, 618, yeah. Just watching our pivot here.
So, White House Press Secretary Leavitt says Witkoff is traveling to Moscow later this week. This was rumored by Fox News earlier, confirmed by the White House Press Secretary now. And White House Press Secretary Leavitt says National Security Advisor spoke with Russia's Lavrov today.
Watching our retest to 610s. Don't mind our 15-minute structure with us holding our inside wire candle high, right? Just need to see a continued willingness to bid and hold on RTY, holding this oscillation low, right, for the rotations up. Just watching to see if this bid can maintain here on NQ. As long as that's happening, one more rotation makes sense. Just keep an eye on your Russell for that momentum. I think below 590 is your invalidation for short term. As long as everything else is kind of building here, though, I'm not too super concerned about it. Definitely someone absorbing into 630, which is what our take profit was, but we can build up here. Not too worried about it. Offer trying to lower here at 600. Trying to step us down. Watching for Russell to find a low for our next move. ES into VWAP here and POC. Sorry about that. The old spam call. What? Like I would love. Actually, no, I wouldn't. I would be curious. I'm gonna changing my phrase. I'd love to see how your mind works. How like your inner monologue. True. That's why I had to change my phrasing from love to curious. This area looks just not great still. There's a bid trying to step in above 10s again. If they just continue to get absorbed into this 10 to 30, it's going to be pretty rough for buyers. We need to see a bit more. A bit more. But again, like nothing's invalidated. It's just taken a bit of time. I would really like to have seen someone trapped at the lows there, but nothing that I can see that's out of the ordinary. Just back to our 30 offer. Secondary PT 50s. You're still playing this.
UK Defence Minister Healy says the UK's Prime Minister is to host a further summit of leaders on Saturday.
About 5 here as we push into 40s. Leaving 5 runner. Just playing off of 610. Break even stop. Watching our RTY and ES pushes into targets here off of our hold of view up. And just keeping our eye on Russell for a loss of momentum again as we approach our highs. Same area as before. Remember, we double topped here on RTY last. So as we approach, just curious to see what happens. If we're treating this as a balance, we should be looking for a loss of momentum into the highs just like before. Remember, this is just our upper balance where we oscillated. So treating it as such makes sense until we see a very clear shift above. Should I go to this event at my
On the
building?
markets, WTI crude April futures settle at $67.68 a barrel, which is up $1.43 or 2.16%.
Just got an
Diesel April
email.
futures settle at $2.20. Gasoline April futures at $2.15. Natural gas April futures at $4.08.
Wind down Wednesday at 5 o'clock. What are we thinking about that? Do I want to meet people that are getting wine drunk in the common area at 5 o'clock? I don't know. Maybe. Bruh. You know you're not allowed to post that. You know. It's gonna be like 2 boxes of wine and like some Walmart salami. You know what I mean? Like what they really used charcuterie in the email. I don't have high hopes. My dad is my wingman. The worst idea you ever had. I'll be right back. We got to get over this 50 to 60, guys, or there's not much else here. I'm holding 2 contracts as a runner from 610. We're just watching to see if Russell can get over this previous day value high and start to bid. This is top of oscillation, and we should expect rotations back to 34, 35. Be right back. Need more snacks. Struggling. Why would you tag surf?
Brent crude futures settle at $70.95 a barrel, which is up $1.39 or 2%.
Pretty nice rebid on ES. Still waiting on Russell into our resistance here. Previous day value high. Top edge. I'm not crazy on this move on NQ until we show interest over 60s. So far, bid is attempting at 50, but I need to see more. Just need to see more. Not as convincing on NQ yet. ES looks great, though. Just need to see Russell show interest above previous day value high. We already got the test above on ES, right? So just need to see follow through everywhere else. Just be looking for push into like 28.30 on ES off of our bid and hold. Again, looked by far the best. Getting a bit of a flirt above 60s for our rotation into 80s. Love to see a rebid of 60 for continuation on NQ. Nothing wrong with some box wine. True. What's your favorite box wine brand? I don't mind what Boda. Franzia is crazy. What are you, white suburban mom? Franzia is what all my Republican family members drink on Thanksgiving. You get a sugar rush before you get drunk. Actually, just like juice. Some bump is crazy. I'm out one more here on NQ into 75.80. See if we can get a pop and hold above our POC so I can add more to this position, or if this is going to be a risk off. If we can get above our 80.90 again, then it's just a rotation back up into our 720. And then we look to see if absorption happens there. Until then, though, good risk off. Really nice rebid off of 60s. Trying to think of other box wines that I've had that have been decent. Kirkland? I haven't had any of the Kirkland stuff. I'm sure it's good. I feel like there's a brand called like Black Box. Is that true? I feel like I've had that and then it was okay. Butcher Box. I don't know what that is. I'll have to try the Kirkland one. Yeah, no. Barefoot, Franzia, those are all like pretty mid. I feel like Barefoot's quality has gone down over the last like 10 years. Like that could be completely wrong, but that's my take. It went from like a decent brand to kind of like a bad brand. I don't know how to word it. I feel like it had the same kind of peak as Target, and then it kind of lost its quality as, I don't know, lost its charm. Would you just buy on an option or something? Scalping 0 DTs? This is our 30-second opening range low on ES. I'd love to see a push into our mid flash day open, right? Retest of our previous low, and then rotation up to our previous high, and then an attempt to bid above. That would be a great sign for a continuation and breakout into our end of day. This is resistance on NQ. This is target. This is it. It is what it is. We got a nice bid and hold at our 80s and rotation up. We can see one last leg into 20 to 30, but until we push above this, you got to respect the seller that's been sitting here, right? So that'll be our last little sign if we can get our runners into this target, and then we'll look to see if we can build above it all. This is also Russell into our 30-second opening range low and our previous low off of a nice hold off of our resistance. We're now watching to see if we can build here or if we lose momentum. If we can do a similar thing where we can start to do this rotation, that would be great for upside potential. Understand where we are, right? This is just where we've been selling all day. So if we can hold on ES, if we can hold on RTY here, build out higher lows, get the continuation, sweet. Then NQ should also have the follow through. But you should only be in runners at this point in NQ. Looking for maybe one last touch up into 30. I'm still in from 610 sauce. But the trades that were called out was the rebid of 60s on the lookover for the upside rotation. On ES, it was the rebid of previous day value high into our 18s, 15 to 18, and then push up. And for Russell, same thing, just the rebid of our 39 and then push. Now it's just right back up to our absorption here, so there's not much to talk about. For pullback levels, we're watching like 60 to 50, I feel like, on NQ, unless something drastic shifts. It's
just resistance across the board, right? So it's hard to really call more upside until we show any interest above, you know? Jesus. Watching our reoffer into 90. See if this same pivot holds again on the look below. This holds down. Watching our test into our top of balance here on RTY. We're looking to see if this holds for rotations up, right? Or if we're going to re-enter and then rotate through. If you're playing off of the 80-90 offer, first risk off here. Watching for the full rotation on Russell. Should expect a retest if it's not just going to fully oscillate down to 35s here in one go. Unsure. But if we do need to reoffer previous day value, that'll be your next entry for a sell. Yes, target, previous day value high, same as just this push down, filling this LVN. Watching our reoffer on Russell. Need that secondary seller here. If we step back over 40, trade's probably, sell side trade's probably finished. There's your secondary leg that we just talked about, right? Watching our push down on Russell into our low of oscillation here. NQ next leg down with that move. Russell leading as always. Full oscillation and push down into target now on ES into previous day value. This is your next risk off. Probably leave a runner for like 610. If we don't just find an extraordinary bounce here. Watching to see how we interact into our value edge on RTY. If this holds, then we can look for the same as before, one more leg down for an oscillation, but we should expect a bit of relief here on RTY. Leave a runner just in case, but it is our value edge and target on ES and NQ. What's up, Gav? You sell this morning? Or did you hold? Nice. Good job. Was it worth that much more on open? Like 20-30% more? Or is it like worth holding the risk? Full rotation from our low at 40s back up to our 80, 40 points. RTY holding our low, popping. Again, if we get over 40 on RTY, the sell side trade's probably done. This finds a bit above. Same thing on NQ, right? 80-90 has to stay offer or it'll flip and go bid. Watching for Russell momentum. Yeah, so it's probably not worth it holding. That's what I kind of figured would happen, to be honest. Two, 4, wow. Those are very different numbers than Sauce just gave. Is that what he called, or did you buy something else? Yeah, makes sense. Using your brain, huge. Higher lows across the board. RTY flirting with this 40 edge. ES still holding 80-90. We need to see it step over. Or sorry, NQ holding 80-90. ES still holding R28, 29. Just our 30-second opening range, guys, right? Holding it as resistance is a lower high. Lower high on NQ as well.
French central bank cuts 2025 growth forecast to 0.7% from 0.9% in December.
This bid needs to maintain here.
2026 growth of 1.2% versus 1.3% previously, and 1.3% for 2027, which
or
is
we will
unchanged.
fail.
Bank of France notes that the economy faces uncertainty over US tariffs. The Bank of France lowers their 2025 inflation forecast to 1.3% from 1.6%. And French central bank sees HICP inflation of 1.3% in 2025 versus 1.6% previously.
RTY finds a low here, or we rotate through. No shift of value on NQ. 80-90 still holding. Watching for a reoffer on Russell for a lower high. Continuation play, just like last time. I didn't re-enter on that 80 to 90. I'll play the leg down below 40s, I think. I believe we get it. Russell back down to our low here. We need to see our RTY shift. If it just oscillates again, then there's no change. But if we can get this leg below 40s, with RTY also showing that weakness, should be able to get a secondary leg to play down into at least 610. Watching our reoffer into 40. Need the Russell break. Show weakness below value. RTY holding. Not yet, guys. Patience. Offer into 60.
So Interior Secretary Burgum says that the US can get rid of 20 to 30% of regulation, saying the US needs to drill baby drill as well as mine baby mine.
Ugh. God, this country is so cooked, bro. Why does everything have to be a catchphrase? Like, why? What are we doing? Yes, actually. So for sell side to be valid here, we need to see 60 to 70 hold offer and then a rotation and push below 40s. That's the only way this trade works. 60 70 absorption, offer steps to below 40s, continuation. With Russell holding lower highs. It's the only way I see a valid short. There we go, Canada.
I'm just seeing a post from Trump on Truth Social here. It says that the US is going to take back what was stolen from it by other countries, and frankly, by incompetent US leadership. We're going to take back our wealth, and we're going to take back a lot of the companies that left.
Huge. Yeah, hit me with a tie. Trump was president during Biden's term. That's why they were able to so quickly slash programs with Doge, achieve peace with Russia, and to negotiate these tariffs. America's hidden assets are now 168 trillion, almost quintupling our national debt. Each American will get a $493,000 check from Trump's. Huge, bro. Holy shit. Why that number? That's such a... Holy. What are you guys gonna do with your 500K check? $500K straight into 0 DTs. Nice. Great job, Jason.
White House economic advisor Hassett says he expects US GDP growth
What's up,
to
Julian?
be 2 to 2.5% in the first quarter. He's currently speaking in a Fox News interview.
Just keep an eye on your 60 to 70 again. We want to continue to see absorption into that, and then we need to see a dip below 40s for continuation potential. As long as Russell is holding in between these two pivots, there is no breakdown trade, in my opinion. We're just holding our balance, right? And our value edge. RTY looks fine so far. Downside looks a bit lackluster until we see that push below and willingness to hold below value. It's 168. Oh, okay, the population. Gotcha. I'm curious to see how Trump came up with $168 trillion while he was in the shadow government for Biden. Gemstones? That's their answer? That's the latest QAnon theory, is that Trump was president during Biden's term and that he accumulated 168 trillion in hidden assets during that term. And each American will get a check for 500K. And that money was taken from gold, gems, and confiscated wealth from the Nazi Russian czars. Interesting. I didn't know QAnon was still a thing. I thought everyone gave up. That's crazy. I thought when there was no coup that was like proof that everything he was saying was a lie. I'm just moving this stuff over because nothing has shifted, and I don't want to confuse you guys. We're just waiting to see which way the Russell breaks out of this pivot. 60 to 70 still holding on NQ as absorption. Still just waiting for offer to step down below 40s if we're going to get the downside leg and hold. Need Russell also to break out of this. If we continue to just hold previous day value high as resistance, it's a good sign that we're going to curl over with the lower highs, but it's just not ready yet for the drastic leg down. We need to see a very clear look below our value edge, and then continuation potential is there. Right? When everything's in sync, we get elevator down. When things are choppy, we get sideways garbage. I'm gonna have to like go do a deep dive tonight on QAnon. I'm behind. Nah, I love that stuff. My last deep dive was on flat earthers. No, I eat that shit up. I find it fascinating that people can have the internet and still believe stuff like this. Can I go over my recent trades? I have not taken anything since I was long 610 and then closed into 680. Now I'm just waiting. This 60 to 70 is fine as long as we're maintaining here, but other than that, that's really it. We've got new 15s opening now. I'd really like to see our sells take into effect now. I'd like to see this push down on RTY below. On new 15s, we've got our seller positioned at 50. We want to see a very strong rejection of 50 to 60. And then we want to see our push below. We need to see Russell break this ledge, man. If they continue to just absorb here, like it's so scuffed for sellers. We're about to just like falling wedge it back up.
Trump's FTC moves ahead with a broad Microsoft antitrust probe. The agency is meeting
Watch
with cabinet
tens on
today to seek
NQ on
information.
NQ.
FTC is asking detailed questions on AI and cloud software terms. Next step in Microsoft probe falls to the new FTC chair, Ferguson. So again, Trump's FTC moves ahead with a broad Microsoft antitrust probe. Bit of weakness in the S&P 500 here following this.
Nothing more until
Microsoft
under
shares as
below
well, quickly
tens.
pairing gains.
This is
Now
our
after the
reversion
market
to
session.
50-minute VWAP. Watching for a reoffer into 40s from tens. Watch our Russell low. Yeah, finally the move. Oh my god, I can hear my dog vomiting in the other room. Damn it. Offer has to be sticking here as we push into 40. Or it's just going to be a bid into our 10 liquidity. Russell still holding our pivot. Unlucky. No, we gotta wait for another oscillation. This is crazy. I'm gonna have to go check on my doggo in a second. She does not sound okay.
iMoneyNet says US money market fund assets are up 19.78 billion dollars for the week ending March 11th. Again, US money market fund assets up 19.78 billion dollars for the week ended March 11th.
RTY and our top of our rotation, watching our 60 to 70 on NQ. So we push back up, watching to see if we can hold ES previous day value high and RTY previous day value high for the shift and rotation up, or if this is going to just trap into our highs and then we look for the rotation down. Again, we are trapped in a range. We went to target without a reoffer at 40s and went straight down to our 610 liquidity where we've been holding all day off of our 15-minute VWAP. If this is able to bid and push back up, it's just going to be a rotation from ES here from this 15 back up to our 29. Give me 1 second. I feel like I'm going to miss this move, but I got to check on my dog. I'll be right back. Hey, another failure. Russell leading. See if we can hold it. This should be good. Good reoffer of 40s and rejection on NQ. RTY leading down should allow this move to run. This is your reversion target into our 15-minute VWAP, and now we're just looking to see if we can make this 610, 620 offer for next leg. Watching Russell for retest for that continuation. Probably targeting VWAP would be my guess, if we can hold this as our pivot. See that shift of value clearly. Watch for that loss of momentum on RTY again for next leg. Again, ideally, we'd be putting in a lower high here and then getting a rotation down like this. Recovery of this ledge just rotates us all the way back up. Watching our 20 to 10 here on NQ. For this to have validity, need to see that offer hold, and then secondary sellers step in below our pivot. Watching for Russell loss of momentum. Again, we need it if we're going to go down. Or they're just going to bid off of that VWAP and then rotate us back up again, trapping. Watching for Russell weakness. Extend bid was pretty heavy there.
Semaphore reports that Schumer told Democrats to push for an alternative stopgap. So the full tweet says Schumer, who's the minority leader, told Senate Democrats that without Democrat support, Republicans do not have the votes to pass the House spending bill, and that the Senate Democrats will push for Senator Murray's continuing resolution running through April 11th, according to people familiar with the matter, again cited by Semaphore.
I don't see anything here. Henry bid was good. Rotation to 40s is fine. It's a scalp. Anything other than that, not here yet. I need to see our reaction into our value edge on Russell or a push below. I'm not willing to put risk on here. At 40s for a short. 'Good first look on Russell. "30 seconds till new 15s. Hopefully we get a break out of this range. I'm so sick of it. New 15s opening now. I'm not sure, Robert. Down makes the most sense to me, but we haven't really showed any interest below VWAP, so until we do, it's just an idea. Just like on ES, right, we're balanced at our VWAP and POC, and we're testing our previous day value high. Like, this is technically like pretty bullish, especially if we get the look over and hold, then like downside's pretty invalidated. We need to see interest below this, and then we can rotate previous day's value. But until then, like, you're just stuck here. So it doesn't really make sense to give a bias target right now while we're trapped. Just like on NQ, you can see very clearly, if I turn off drawings, we have buy side liquidity here. We have sell side liquidity here. So let's just wait for a side to break and be offsides before we try to be profits. Oh yeah. I was gonna say like genie, but I probably should have so that you weren't confused. Our 40 upper's still holding. I just I'm unsure. Didn't look great on the last like 2 attempts. Back to Ondor 610. It's your first risk off if you are trading off of it. Russell leading down. Just keeping an eye on RTY VWAP. I feel like I missed the only solid entry there, which was the reoffer into 35s from our take into 40. As we approach this low on NQ and push into VWAP on RTY, you should be moving your stops down if you are in this trade. I'm not, sadly. But that is where I would be looking to take profits as we rotate through. If we can start to see some acceleration below this wick low on NQ and no real interest on RTY VWAP, then we can start to look for that secondary leg down and hopefully find an entry. But again, this is where we expect a bit of a bid. If we don't see it, we'll be rotating down to 50s on NQ. Just keeping an eye on Russell. I'd love to see a re-entry to get in and then play a secondary leg down if it's possible. I want to see ESV Wapco resistance on retest, and I want to see us hold our 32 on RTY for just the secondary leg down we were just talking about. Just watching our reaction as we come back up into this to see if we get another sell side leg. See if we can hold 10 to 20. Need to see Russell lose momentum. This is good so far. Need to get below 90. Offer's got to get below this, so this is just going to be your higher low, and then we bid back over 20s, and then sell side rotations cucked. Come on, shift value. If you're trading off of this 10 to 20 offer, this is a great risk off into our low. We'll see if we can breach on Russell to lead it down for a move down to POC. Need to show interest below our value edge here. Oh my god, yes, charts are gross. Sorry about that. Sometimes I wish I could convert a mini into a micros with like a trade that I'm already in. Wouldn't that be nice? I took profit there. I only had one mini on. I should have been on micros. I'm an idiot. If this offer holds, then we have one more leg down into 540. Russell leading. I'm annoyed. Just watching 40 to 50 here for your next PT. Yeah, she seems okay. I just gave her fresh water and cleaned up the little vomit corner. It's not even like there's no food in it. It's just liquid. She just like starts choking on her own like vomit every once in a while. Very weird. It's like an acid reflex, it almost feels like. Flux, not flex. Yeah, I don't know what her issue is. But yeah, split would be huge. I don't know how it would work, but it would be lovely. 50 seconds till new 15s. Recovery of this edge isn't a great sign for sellers. If I had to guess, if 80s hold, rotation up to 610 again seems pretty likely. Need to see a pretty strong offer into our 32 on Russell for that to invalidate. Push below 80s and then break of 60, 65 would be ideal. Right now we've seen this. Interest in our value low, look back above, bid at a higher price, and now we're looking for this rotation because of that action. If we can see the step below, interest below this, then we get continuation down, right? It's really literally that simple. It's just because of this wick low, the bid back in, and then the higher low. That's why we can look for this move, with RTY also showing interest here. We need to see weakness in the Russell again and figure out where that's going to be before we can take a secondary leg. I'm not bullish because we're below our 15-minute VWAP and our major pivot. But if we recover this, then that might be enough of a move for us to shift back to the upside. It's just a very neutral market with us rotating VWAP here. There's your rotation into 610s off of our hold of 80. Just a balanced rotation, right, off of our hold of our low, and then a higher low stepping in. There's no right side of the V trade yet, right? Like there's nothing. It's very neutral where we are. We're chopping between two pivots. Recovery of 10 to 20 could be a really good first look for a right side of the V, right? But until then, just a balanced rotation of this area. PA today was gross. Yeah, in some areas it definitely was. That is for sure. But some really nice rotations, to be honest. Like it definitely wasn't as like great as last week. But there's still a little bit of volatility. I don't know how the morning was. It looked like it was good. Nice, Adrian. What was the shift for you that made it click? Anything that I should be looking for to explain?
House Minority Leader Schumer says GOP doesn't have the votes for a closure on the stopgap.
I'll have to go back and look at the first hour. I mean, it looked crazy.
So US's Schumer says, I hope the GOP will allow votes on a 30-day stopgap. So hearing from Schumer himself now, though we did hear this from a Semaphore reporter on X earlier, as Schumer told Senate Democrats that without Democrat support, Republicans do not have the votes to pass the House's spending bill, and that the Senate Democrats will push for Senator Murray's continuing resolution, which is running through April 11th, the 30-day stopgap. According to people familiar. Again, now coming from Schumer himself, though.
1 minute to the market on close.
Hey, there you go. That's the classic morning trade.
It's about 30 seconds to the market on closing balance.
I don't know if I'm taking another trade today. We'll see. Maybe if we pop this on MOC and then we get a good retest. This is your full rotation.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
Market on closing balance. S&P 500 sell side 1.4 billion. Nasdaq 100 sell side 1.179 billion. Dow 30 sell side 236 million. Mag 7 sell side 771 million.
Okay. We're like, we've played these ranges so much in the same level so many times that like I'm sick of it. There's like only so many days where I can feel comfortable respecting our pivots and playing around them before I am like, I don't know. Something's got to give.
From S&P, they say tariff uncertainty could strain large Canadian banks' profitability.
If offer holds below. Nice sauce. I don't know. Before I felt like it was just me in my head. It just said that it was a single 15-second tiny doji. And last week's speed kind of saw them play out fast. So now with it slower, it's still the same play. Exact. Okay, gotcha. That makes complete sense to me. Yeah, the speed is really what, like, once you start recognizing what you're looking for and then you have like a immediate follow through with the volatility, it is just like chef's kiss. And then once you kind of understand what you're looking for after that and you get used to it, the slowdown, like you can still see it on Dom of like where the offer's kind of holding in the general area. And then you can watch kind of like that push down. You need a bit more focus. But yeah, definitely when it's accelerating, those 15-minute retests are 15-second recess are so good.
Say that in a longer duration tariff scenario, we expect Canadian banks' profits could be reduced through lower net interest income from shrinking loan growth.
I don't really see anything here. Other than a potential another rotation of this range for a recovery of this value edge at 65s. Play it up to 90s maybe. I'm only bearish below 50s for this continuation down. Yeah, I think it's smart to be done. This looks like shit. Yeah, and again, sorry I got on late. I'm trying to fix it, but it is out of my control. I'm getting an average of 4 hours of sleep. It is not fun. What deltas do you see, Sauce? I don't see anything here. This is your full rotation up off of our recovery and bid. It's the same as before, right? These failures on the looks below value and then the higher low stepping in, you should expect upside rotation. It's the same shit. Oh, sorry. Let me look. I hate this new viewing thing for images on Discord where I have to like open it in a browser and the pop-ups in the top right corner. Awful. Uh You're talking about the seller at 680? Is that what you're talking about? What time is that for you? 6:48. So like here? It's right here, right? Or no? 950? Oops. Uh It's so hard for me to go back and look at this stuff. Let me I'm going back on my Delta grid right now. I just wanted to see what that area looked like on the 15-second. Give me a sec. It's interesting because I don't have those bubbles on mine. Like I definitely see the selling pressure into that low. With the cumulative delta being like negative 1,000 there. It's really tough in that area because you don't really have a lot to work with. Like we've got a very clear buyer at 60s at that area above. And then we have all of these sellers who are trying to step in and take price lower from like 680 to 630. 680. So at 940, 950, 945 on that candle.
According to the Wall Street Journal, BMW are to absorb tariff costs on Mexican-built 3 Series sedans.
We've got like all of these selling pressures from 80 to
So this is BMW telling
40.
US dealers that it will absorb the added costs of new tariffs on its imports from Mexico, at least for the next several weeks. So BMW, along with several other brands, have models that are hit by the new 25% levies, which Trump implemented in early March on Canada and Mexico.
680, 640. I'm just going to map this out so that I can see it. So sell side steps in here, incredibly aggressive. And then we see a look above and then kind of a failure into 670. This is our look above. And we saw very clear absorption into our highs at 930, at 710, 720. So this is what I see. I see this as absorption here. So if we view it like this, absorb, and then we have sellers here who are desperately trying to push this lower, failing. And this looks like the deltas that you were talking about at 660. We have a seller who's desperately trying to push things down into this region and failing. I don't really see a good bid to play off of that. I just see a kind of a squeeze off our 50-minute VWAP, which is something like this at the time. Looks something like this. So we have basically buyers getting absorbed into this low, and then we come back up to our shift of value here, or our absorption from these sellers into 710, 720. And then we see the real move occur much later. So this is what I'm looking at. So I'm viewing this. So I'm viewing this area is we have absorption into this high. We then step down and then show another area of absorption right here, right? So I'm now viewing this area is where I'm going to be looking for sell side to hold, right? It's our offer stepping down. So that's how I view it, is our offer stepping down here into our 710, 720 from this push, right? We can see that these guys are offsides off this candle into these highs. We can then see a look below and a bid off our 50-minute VWAP, which is this green line. And then we look back above again, get a bit of an excess, but it's nothing significant, right? But it's just nothing has changed in our overall trend. So I'm still viewing that area as where I'd be looking for offer to be sitting. And I wouldn't be looking for anything bullish until I saw a very convincing bid above this area. And then we see these guys, which is what you were talking about, your concern, is that we see this selling pressure on the push down, but there isn't really anything at the low that's convincing other than our 15-minute VWAP. But this action, right, if we view it as this guy is absorbing here, and we know that there's positioning happening here at our 660, we can see it, right, on our delta by price. We now need to see this go offer and hold, and it's not going to be convincing until we do. So to me, this action here of another shift of our value down is the most convincing for that continuation, because what are we seeing? We're seeing the same thing that happened above, which is off of this push down, we're now seeing bids getting absorbed into where these sellers were located before. We can see that by this bid, and then the offer getting much more aggressive on the look down. And we can see that happen over and over again, but VWAP is still being respected on the low. So you're just rotating between our 15-minute VWAP and then this offer who is slowly but surely stepping down price from our highs and then shifting value down and then shifting value down. And your most convincing hold, right, is this, again, absorption again into the same area, and then the offer stepping down again and trying. But there's not like a really solid reoffer or any sort of sign on delta. It's just like these guys are so offsides that we just kind of get the move without it, right? The lack of bid at VWAP holding us there anymore just seems to have like shoved us down in price wise. But there isn't anything really actionable unless you were playing off of these guys who are already positioned, right? Like I don't really see anything until much later where we could play like this reoffer below VWAP at 660, 560. But that's the only thing that I really see is like, okay, these guys are offsides, offers shifting down. Every attempt in our VWAP is being absorbed. Every attempt into our VWAP off of it is being absorbed, and it's a lower high, lower high, lower high, right? So now it's just about a weight of, is this buyer who's sitting here positioning at VWAP, or buyers, right? What happens when they leave? Well, it's like, okay, well then we get our drastic push down. Is it playable? I don't know. I don't know if I would have taken it. I can see it in hindsight, right? But I don't know if it would have been tradable for me in the moment. I really don't. I think this is pretty clear on the 15 second, right? We've got like a very clear double top into our highs off the morning action. We've got a break of our range and a failure to get back above. I think like this stuff looks really good on the 15 minute, and then just our target, of course, would be our 15 minute VWAP. I think this failure here looks decent, but there isn't a great entry, right? There's not, like, this isn't great price action. It's just like clear absorption into this high. I don't think that there's really anything playable other than this first test in. And I don't like any of this other stuff, really. Again, like I think like your best tests that happened are this shift. Like this shift feels the most obvious to me. Because it's the same thing that happened up here, which is like a range tried to develop. We tried to recover this edge, got absorbed again, and then we broke below and then failed to get back above, right? So like the bid flipped from supportive to a resistant offer. And then like we play that down back to our lows where this buyer is at our. But like other than that, this looks really bad. Like I definitely see what you're saying. But that's the only thing I see is like being able to identify this guy being offsides. Like this buyer is just so cooked. Right? Like this is a very clear shift from where our bid was sitting to then being absorbed on the offer. And then if you just play around that, it feels pretty obvious.
According to an industry source, tariffs, trade, and LNG exports are among topics oil executives and Trump are to discuss. As Sarah Week reports that U.S. oil executives are to meet Trump at the White House next week, according to the American Petroleum Institute, where tariffs, trade, and LNG exports are among the topics that they will discuss.
Other than that, man, like, yeah, no, I don't really see it. But like, I think that if you had Globex on the 15, this range up in our highs made sense. Will this let me paste? No, of course not. It's annoying. I just, it looks to me on the 15, let's back off of this and go back over to the 15-minute chart on Globex. You've got like two significant balances. We have this balance here, right, into our highs, and we can see the supply above on footprint. So we know that this is just our range. We can see the offer that's sitting here above. So this is our balance. And what we're watching for is the shift from our buyers to sellers at this 60. And we see this absorption is still marked. I just want to show it on the 15. We see then a secondary balance start to position, right? A shift of value here below this demand. So we've taken out the full demand into our low here on our footprint off of a break this balance, and we're seeing no desire to push higher. So to me, like if you break it down into two boxes, this breakdown makes a lot more sense once we can identify this absorption here. And we can see it, right? Like this, the seller is identified on our footprint with supply. We played off of it earlier today. the 660, 670. And then we played up on this as well into this tie. This is the same reason why we were shorted this morning when I got on. Like we called this sell side absorption here at this 30. And that hasn't shifted from the morning level, right? It's the same thing I identified into 700, 730. It was just the absorption that took place in the open. So I think, again, like that's really the only thing that I see that you could have played off of, or the break and then reoffer of this break of balance. But being able to identify this guy who's offsides, I think is your best bet. And I think it's pretty clear on footprint, right? Like, I think this is pretty clear.
New Zealand's Luxon said the New Zealand economy is in the early stages of a cyclical recovery.
But I don't know how it felt in live market. I wasn't here, right? But we did identify it even in the afternoon without me watching it, that this is where it was happening. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is tough because you've got it's higher time frame supply and higher time frame demand, and you're chopping in between these two liquidity pools, right? So like you kind of just have to wait for an excess and then play with that excess. I don't know. I'm glad I wasn't here this morning, to be honest. That looks pretty rough. I feel like if you had any sort of bias when you were playing this area, you would have gotten screwed.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says uncertainty is making monetary policy more complicated, but I am confident that we will maintain price stability over time for Canadians, not ruling out an unscheduled rate move if something severe happens suddenly. We don't think the revision to Q1 growth will be that big. Q2 will most likely be weaker than we forecast in January, though.
Was that helpful or no?
I do expect there will be some spillover from uncertainty into the housing market, and that we think monetary policy right now is very much in the neutral zone. Diversity has served the Bank of Canada well, and the Bank of Canada discussed pausing rates at 3% ahead of Wednesday's announcement. Macklem says the argument for staying at 3% was that growth had been stronger than they expected. Another was why we don't wait until the US trade and tariffs are a little clearer. But given they expect tariffs to cause economic weakness, the fact that inflation is close to 2% as well, Macklem says that they felt that the most appropriate course of action was to cut 25 basis points.
Yeah, it's super tough. And that was what the deltas were at, what, 680? Is that the ones that you're talking about? 660? Yeah. I'll have to replay that action and look at it live because it looks... I'm not saying it looks good, because that area definitely is rough from like 640 to 680. And I would have definitely been looking to play around it as well. But as soon as we don't see... The way that I look at those areas is like, if we don't see a strong retest in there and we don't see the ability to hold a lower high, like the trade's kind of fucked, right? Like once we identify, go back over there. Once we identify that there's like a extraordinary seller selling pressure into a low, but we're not seeing it being respected on the way up, like what does it mean if we just like kind of like coast back up through it? Like, where are you actually looking for this offer if you are playing off of those deltas? What would you expect to happen if that was going to be like a continuation, right? Like I would be looking for a lower high, you know what I mean? And I'd be looking for like a strong secondary stellar stepping in. Yeah, you want an instant rejection, and not only just an instant rejection, you want it to respect
White House's
that
trade
area
advisor
and
Barr
make
says, "I'm
a
seeing
a push
interesting
lower.
decline in mortgage rates."
And if it's not going to make a push lower, what do we need to happen? We need to see like a very clear excess above and then a reoffer of it and then a continuation through, right? We basically need to see someone get trapped above, absorbed, and then you want to see secondary sellers step in for that move down. That's the only way that like it's going to get follow through. Is like you need, like once we've identified a pivot, and I'm looking at this as like, okay, we've got sellers that are positioned here, and we've had a strong sell side move down. I now need to see when we come back up into it, like a very clear offer and then a continuation down through that. If it's not respected, and let's say the opposite happens where we pop back up, I'm now going to I have to watch this now as a supportive level because we didn't respect it on the sell side and the bid has now been able to push through it. So I know that this guy's offsides. So now I'm going to be looking for the bid to defend it on the way up, right? We've got to flip almost instantly. And the only time I'm going to look short is if this bid fails here and then we reoffer and then rotate through, right? This has to be a bullish play for me in my playbook based off of us not respecting the sell side. And it's the same thing for a bid into a low. When I look for like a pullback and we've got a buyer, a buying zone where we've seen like someone step in to pry size, right? And you can look at this as like an FEG, an imbalance, anything, a sweep through, right? When we get a push and then I'm looking for a pullback into a zone, and then instead of this bounce, we just see this rotation all the way through. This is now like my offer. Like I'm looking for sell side to now really aggressively hold this for that continuation down. And the only way that I'm going to look back into this, if this pops through, so let's say we push, we don't see a bid, I'm now looking for an offer here. The only way that I get back into this trade is this rebid here. And then I look for this continuation. I need this to re-respect it again, or I'm going to continue to just think of this as where sell side's going to be sitting structurally. We see that happen over and over again where like I'm looking for the most bullish pullback and we rotate right through it. And it's like, okay, well shit, that sucks. What do we do now? Right? Well, or this will happen. We get our pullback zone. We get a slight rotation higher. We hit our reoffer from that sell. It's a lower high. And then we rotate through, right? And then we get our continuation down. So this always has to be like your first risk off with the idea that we'll put in a lower high. And if we can get the follow through, then awesome. If not, we're going to flip our position off of this failure and then look to play off of this seller on a retest and then a continuation down. Right? Because like our bid is there, right? But the sell side above is just so much stronger.
US cash equities markets, just looking at the market wrap for today's session.
See if I can find like an example of this.
S&P 500 increased spot 5%, Nasdaq 100 gained spot 1%, Dow Jones declined spot 2%, and Tesla extended its two-day rally to 12%.
How do I
is higher. As equities
turn
rose
my bars
following
back on?
that had the S&P 500 on the cusp of a technical correction. The rebound was led by tech megacaps, who were hard hit during the previous market meltdown. Cooler than forecast.
Any ideas how I turn my candles back on?
Following 2 days of steep losses, February inflation propelled markets higher. A knee-jerk bond rally was rapidly reversed, and rates jumped across the curve amid concerns about a growing trade war.
I've never seen it like not in this top right corner or top left corner.
While the unexpected slowing in consumer prices provided respite to traders, numerous Wall Street analysts viewed the data as the calm before the storm, given the uncertainty surrounding the possible effects of tariffs on the economy. In reality, the fear over the consequence of Trump's proposal continued to influence sentiment, with the US market benchmark briefly erasing 1.3% surge before rising again. The intraday swing of more than 1% marked the 14th
What's
consecutive
that?
session in which the market benchmark fluctuated by at least that much, the longest sequence since 2022. CPI climbed at the slowest rate in 4 months, but other indicators suggested that inflation is rising again. With Trump imposing tariffs on a number of commodities, including food and apparel, prices are projected to rise, putting consumers and the economy's resiliency to the test.
What? Guys, help. Undo button? I mean, I'll try to Control Z it. Maybe it'll go away. Hey, huge. We've got to figure out how to get that back, though. That's not okay. Good idea on the Control Z. All right, so this is a perfect example of what I was just talking about. This isn't like totally related to what we were just talking about, but it's what the example I was just giving you is showing. So like this is where we wanted to see our bid step in, right? So this is supportive on our look back in, and I'm looking for this to hold and then push over, right? But instead, we get a bid, right? We get what we want, but the offer is able to hold the lower high, right? So our offer from our original seller has been respected. Value has not shifted, and we were unable to push higher. So when we get stuff like this, I think that this is a super easy flip trade that you can do, where you look to see where sell side was last, right? We look for the bid, we look for the push. This has to be your first profit target into our seller. It just has to be. If we get the continuation, if we can get the bid over, awesome. We get the rotation higher. If sell side's going to be respected, you have to understand that this is a lower high being put in, and when we push below that original bid, I'm now watching where our original entry was as now our seller for continuation down, right? You got to flip it. You don't try this again. You don't look for this trade because we put in the lower high. There hasn't been a shift of value from buyers. We got our bid. They failed at the highs. I'm now watching this look below as our reoffer, right? This is that 80 to 90. It's been so playable over the last few weeks. But this flip off of this failure, or you can call it an excess, I guess, right? This guy's now off sides. If sellers now step in to hold where that buyer was, I'm now playing this as a 10 points of risk, and I'm looking for that offer to lower, right? I'm looking for where that bid was into our 80 to now be our sell side for continuation down with my stop above. And now this is the trade I'm looking to play to the downside. Does that make sense? Are you guys able to see that flip? This happens all of the time with our pullback levels, where we get, you know, a bit of relief, but downtrends still persist, and then we get continuation down. That flip of where our bid was goes offer, we play that, and then we look for continuation. Is that visible or no? And what this will usually look like on footprint is we've got on the 15-minute, we'll see selling deltas step in here. That'll look something like this. We'll see a strong selling delta here, right, where a seller swept through. About halfway through. Yeah, this would be, you'd see like a selling delta here, halfway through the move. And you'd be like, oh, well, we should come up into this, and then we should reject it, right? And then we should continue down. But instead of what happens is we see something like this occur. where your next delta into this is going to be actually green. And then the offer is going to lower, and you're going to get another delta that looks like this afterwards. So what happened here when we're looking at it as only our high delta areas on footprint? What's happened on this push down with those three? What are we seeing occur? What happened to this guy? Sure, flip, but right, he's offsides, right? He was absorbed into our sell. So we know that there's a seller who's pushed price down. He's swept price back down to our value or our bid here. What happens when this guy is now fails to push over and hold this large buyer who's tried to step in here up into our highs? Well, this guy's now offsides, and then we're looking for sellers to then, secondary sellers to step in again lower to aggressively rotate price down, right? Shifting that value with this guy as our catalyst who's offsides into our high. Does that make sense? And you can see this on footprint all the time, where we'll see a large seller step in, right? This is like all selling on a way down. And then we'll get a rotation up. We'll get someone who's kind of trapped into this. We'll look for those bids to occur into this area, maybe a little bit above, and then we'll look for selling to start to step in aggressively again off of that failure. And that happens over and over and over again. So like a good example of that is the area that we were just talking about, which is this, right? This is that weird area that was from this morning, where we see this seller step in. We see these buyers attempting, right, into our highs, and then we see sellers aggressively pushing price down off of it, aggressively taking out the lows. But like this absorption is still occurring, right? And we can see that guy off sides, and then we can see the sellers then pushing that offer down and lowering it. So like as long as these guys continue to remain off sides, we know that there's someone absorbing in here. And the only time we're going to look bullish is on a rotation over these and then a secondary bid rotating higher. Like that's the only way that I'll look for a long there, is playing off of these guys for the upside on a look back above. Because if not, like these guys get screwed, and then we look for that secondary, that selling acceleration below this bid. Because we know these guys are stuffed. Let me see if I can find another example of it on footprint. So I scroll charts. Yeah, here's another great one from the offer into our lows. So what happened into this high? Same thing, right? Buyer tried, offer held, rotation down. So now we have a very clearly defined absorption level into our highs, where we can then make this a box. I need to stop doing this so messy. So this is where I'd be looking for sell side to be present when we rotate back up. That just makes sense because we've offered it. These guys are offsides. This bid is offsides. Sell side stepped in, rotated us back down. Awesome. Okay, now we have an area of control where the only time I'm going to be looking for longs is when we show interest above this guy. Because if not, this is just going to be where we rotate back down. And this is this 700 to 730 area on our second attempt. So what are we looking for if we've identified that this is an absorbed area, right, where buyers are being absorbed and sell side is just taking in lots? What happens when we come back up into it and we see something like this occur, where we know that there's already an area of absorption that's been identified? Well, we know that this guy's offsides, and we're looking for that offer to rotate back down and for this bid to be offsides, and then we're looking for downsides pressure, right? We need the catalyst for rotations to occur. And it's the same thing at the lows. If we know where a bid is, we're going to be looking for the same thing, but in reverse. Lows, and then secondary bid stepping in for rotations up, playing off of this guy who's offsides. And then this being where we want to put our stops below this, because we know that the only way that this offer is going to maintain is if we see a seller step in here and rotate and hold this and accelerate below. That's what I'd be looking for. Anything that's looking back above this, I'm looking for continuation up. Yes, it would, but I'm still looking for that as my long. That definitely got taken out. Yeah, you're not wrong. But I'd have to see what it looks like on ours on this 15-minute candle, because it could have easily rebid and then popped over and then held. I'm unsure. I'd have to look at it. But this is the stuff I look for. These types of areas into areas of interest. Let me see if I can find another one from today. This was a really good continuation one that we saw today that I really love to play. Looking at this candle here. Where we have a strong upside candle. And then we have our kind of an imbalance that's created on this upside candle. Right, we have our bid that stepped in above our zone of control, right, our 40 level where the seller was before. So now we've seen like a sweep through. And when I see sellers then getting kind of stuffed into this area, right, like this is now an area that I really care about. I'm only going to be looking for buyers here. And I'm only looking for sell side pressure on a pushback below this. God damn. This is really annoying. I'm doing this in another area so we can not have to deal with that. Like I should have done from the start. So like this zone, I'm looking for quick dips in and then bids back above. I want to see continued selling absorption into this. And I want to see bids maintaining. And I'm only going to be bearish on a flip back below this. Because we know that this is a sweep through. We know that on a secondary test, sellers were absorbed into this. I'm now going to be watching this for our bid, and then I'll look up for a continuation trade. Because we've identified our primary buyer and our secondary buyer, at least in my head, of like where I'm now looking to play around. It's like we know that if price comes back down here, there's a chance for this to bid, and then we'll look for so like, let's say this falls through. I'm looking for then this to be our bid into our POC of this candle. And then I'm going to be looking for our secondary buyer to step back in over this. And then I would take this trade. I'm looking for this to basically be our liquidity void that we fill and then bid off of, right? So stuff like that is like super common that we can see, and we use the direction of the candle and the size of the candle, right, to kind of justify looking for a position there. So like this action on would look like our liquidity void setup that we look for on Footprint on trading view. Is let me see if I can find that area. What time of day was that? Like 11:30. Yeah, it's this candle here. So on this candle, it showed, in my opinion, better, which is just a retest of POC and then push down. So our sell side is offsides below. We've got a very clear bid that's taken place in here. We're just looking for this to hold and then rotate higher. So very similar in its setup. The void isn't as present there on this compared to TradingView and Trade of 8. But it's just a simple POC retest and then continuation higher, right? So trend is still very persistent. Our bid is still very present. And then we get our rotation through and push. But if you're on Trade of 8, I think that's a really easy one to look for. On TradingView, I think just the POC to value low or value high retest is probably your best bet. All right. I don't want to like just rant for too long. Yeah, today was pretty sloppy. It wasn't the greatest day to find these kind of things. That's for sure. That is for sure. Very choppy. Most of today was just playing off of our already known zones from last week and from earlier this week. Like the same zones have been playing over and over and over again. I'll try to find more examples. Today wasn't a great day, but I was just trying to find things that I actually traded and that we talked about. I don't know, if you guys have questions, you just have to let me know during the day so that I can like immediately look it over. I know it's hard, but yeah. All right, I'm out of here. Go let the dog go out. Goodbye, my friends. I will see you tomorrow.